लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनुपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनुपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनुपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेम मने धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रेम श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भूत रखौ वन्दे रूप सनातनं सुरे सुराज्यलक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे छतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे छतो करुणया कौपीनकंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं महा वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगं श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंदसूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी बने तह राधे ब्रजदेवी के चललिते हे नंद शूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी मणि गो संतापिते गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई बिहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाबिहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन दान नंदन परम प्रेमामृतम धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकर श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुग তুমি বিনা কে দয়াল জগৎ দয়া কর সীতাপতি দয়া কর সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গসাই কৃপা বলে পাই তব কৃপা বলে দয়া কর সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গসাই তব পাবলে পাই চৈতন্য নিতাই দয়া কর সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গসাই তব পাবলে পাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সনাতন নরোত্তমা আহা স্বরূপ সনাতন রূপ প্রভুনা জীব শ্রী জীব প্রভু দয়া কর শ্রী আচার্য শ্রীনিবা রাম চন্দ্র সঙ্গ মাগে দয়া কর শ্রী আচার্য প্রভু শ্রীনিবা রাম চন্দ্র সঙ্গ মাগে শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু দয়া কর মনে তুমি বিনা কে দয়াল জগৎ শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু দয়া কর মনে তুমি বিনা কে দয়াল জগৎ Raja Vrindavan. Govinda Krishna Madhanama. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Krishna Madhanama. जहाँ सब Jaya Gopam Hidamadi Jaya Jaya Venu Aksaram Jaya Jaya Venu Aksaram Jaya Vishwabhanu Jaya Kritika Sundari Jaya Purnamati Jaya Nandira Nagari Mandala Jaya Jaya Rama Vidaso Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Sadhamana Jaya Jaya Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana गोपी परान धन मदन मनहर कालिय दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोपी परान धन परान धन मदन मनहर कालिय दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर अमर हरि नाम अम्य विलासा विपिन पुरंदर नवीन नागर मन मंकी मदन सुभाषा अमर हरि नाम अम्य विलासा विपिन पुरंदर नवीन नागर वर वंशी मदन सुभाषा दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजन जन पालन असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला जन पालन असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम नंद गोपाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम नंद गोपाला दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन राम Jamuna Tatatara Gopi Vasana Hara Rasarasika Kipama Rachara Gopi Vasana Hara Rasarasika Kipama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vina Gajasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vina Gajasayam Datsamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokuda Nandana Datsamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhana Datsamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Datsamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Vasana Hara Rasarasika Kipama Ramuna Tatatara Gopi Vasana Hara Rasarasika Kipama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vina Gajasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vina Gajasayam Samati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Datsamati Nandana Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vriksha Lakshabritesu Surabhi रभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो सम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रमा सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रमा सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् चिंतामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजना सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पदां सागन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृंद। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृंद। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृंद। Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
संसार दावानल निरलोकां तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानललिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधननित्यनानां शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश्च वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधासि भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासि भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश्च वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जजोनारतिकेली सिद्धये जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजोनारतिकेली सिद्धये जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिबलवश्य वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरुचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं तेन समस्त शास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरि तेन समस्त शास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभु प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभु प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनात्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनाख्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् 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 शारदावानललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनात्यम् तपस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् 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 हरे नमः कृष्ण जातमाय नमः राधाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरे गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी ना मदन मोहन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरे नमो कृष्ण Bhaya Namah Bhaya Madhavaya Kesamaya Namah Hare Gopala Govinda Madhusudana Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Madan Mohana Gopal Gopal Govinda Ram Madhusudana Giridhari Gopi Madan Mohana Hare Namo Krishna Hare Radhavaya Madhavaya Kesamaya Namah Hare Ani Hare Namo Krishna Radhavaya Radhavaya Madhavaya Kesamaya Namah Radhavaya Madhavaya Kesamaya Namah Hare Namo Krishna Gopal Govinda Rama Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Dhari Gopina Madan Giridhari Gopina Madan Advaita Chita Chaitanya Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chita Hari Guru Vaishnava Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad-Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad-Gita Hare Charana Bangam Chaye Go Sai Kori Charana Bangam Jaha Haite Biglana Omi Samudam Chaye Go Sai Kori Charana Bangam Jaha Haite Biglana Omi Samudam Radha Krishna Rage Kamna Bas Radha Nitanila Kadila Prabha Anande Bala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Maja Yamam Anande Ala Hari Anande Ala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Maja Yamam Anande Lahari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Maja Yamam Namo Krishna Hare Namo Krishna Jagavaya Namah Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Hare Gora কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি, কত নিদ্রা, কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি, মায়া পীতা চিরম ওঠে, কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি। কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি, পিতাচির বলে জাগ জাগ, জাগ জাগ, গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ, বলিব বলিয়ালে সরবিত করে, বলিব বলিয়ালে সর করে, ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি, ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি, মায়া পিশাচির কোলে, ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি, মায়া পিশাচির কোলে, জাগ জাগ, গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ, গোরা চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচির কোলে, কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচির কোলে, জাগ জাগ, গোরা চাঁদ বলে এনেছি ঔষধি মায়া, নাচিবার লাগি, এনেছি ঔষধি মায়া, নাচিবার লাগি, হরি নাম মহামন্ত্র রহ তুমি মাগি, এনেছি ঔষধি মায়া, নাচিবার লাগি, Shivan Ragi Hari Nama Maha Mantra Lahatu Madi Hari Nama Maha Mantra Lahatu Madi Maya Nashivana Ahadi Hari Rama Mahamantra Madi Bhakati Vinada Prabhu Charane Padiya Bhakati Vinada Prabhu Charane Padiya Hari Namo Mahamantra Lodi Lomiya Bhakati Vinada Prabhu Charane Padiya Hari Namo Mahamantra Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama madhur. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Bharata Madhu Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Jai Bharata Madhu Hare. Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ihe Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak He Dukhe Nanak Hare Namba Hare Dukhe Bhulanaka Sada Namba Hare Jai Garat Hare. Hare Ram Jai Garata Madhu Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nam Jai Garata Madhu Hare, Nam Jai Garata Maya জালে বাধ্য হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জালে বাধ্য হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো নিচে কাজলয়ে কালতে কনাপে কালতে কনাপে রাধা নাম রে কালতে কনাপে রাধা নাম রে হে গোরখ মন সরে হায় গোরখ মন সরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে গোরখ হরে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে রথ মধু হরে হরিনাম গায় গোরখ হরে জীবন হইল শেষ না ভোজিলে বিশ্বীকছ জীবন হইল শেষ না ভোজিলে ঋষিকেশ ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ ভক্তি বিনোদ উপদেশ একবার একবার হরি রে Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Guru. Maya Oh धारा बरसे घन सबन सुगर किया हरि हरि जना हरि हरि Hari Hari Vithale Jana Paya Radha Krishna Namo Paya Radha Krishna Tar Sakhi Hari 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 Ami Bifale Radha Krishna प्रभु तुम्ही बिना तेजा हरि 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 लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेवमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेवमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। वेनं कन्नन्तं अरविन्ददलायताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम्। वेनं कन्नन्तं अरविन्ददलायताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम्। कन्दर्पकोटिकमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिन्तामणि प्रकरसर्मसु कल्पवृक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तम्। आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम्। आलोलचन्द्रकलश आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम्। श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम्। श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम्। गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम्। गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिन्तामणि सुरभिरविपालयन्तम्। चिन्तामणि प्रकरसर्मसु कल्पवृक्षा लक्षामृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्। आलोल चंद्र कलश बनमाल वंशी आलोल चंद्र कलश बनमाल वंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणय केली कलाविलासम् आलोल चंद्र कलश बनमाल वंशी प्रणय केली कलाविलासम् श्यामन्ति भंगललितं नियत प्रकाशम् श्यामन्ति भंगललितं नियत प्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि कल्पवृकर्णकावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि कावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं मृहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् वेणुं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं मृहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् गन्धर्वकोटिकमनीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्कलख्यावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तम् अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनन्द चिन्मय सदुज्जल विग्रह आनन्द चिन्मय सदुज्जल विग्रह गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं बरहावतं समसितं बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्दाक्षं बरहावतं समसितं बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मीसहस्रशत सम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् हरि हरि जन हरि हरि अनिति हने जन राधा हरि हरि राधा Hare Jana Gollopena Prema Dhana Hari Gollopena Prema Dhana Hari
Hare Krishna. Welcome to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji Temple for our evening program. We just had the evening arti. The altar was just closed. The deities are getting dressed in their night clothes. So usually during that time every day, we have a discussion on the Bhagavad-Gita. Please feel free to join us. And then the altar will open at 8 o'clock for the darshan again. Okay. We'll sing a little prayer before we get started. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavad-Gita Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrind Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Okay. So this is our daily evening Bhagavad Gita program. We've been reading the Bhagavad Gita every day for 3 months now, probably 4 months now. And we are on chapter 3 currently on the Bhagavad Gita. We are on text 11 today. So you've read the Bhagavad Gita before? Know about the Bhagavad Gita a little bit? Okay, we'll catch you up on what's happened so far and then go from here. Where are you from? Where are you coming from? Frisco. Okay, thank you for coming to our temple today. So where does the Bhagavad Gita happen, you know? What is the Bhagavad Gita? You know that? What's the Bhagavad Gita? Yeah, teachings of Krishna. Who is he talking to? Yeah, he's talking to Arjuna. And where are they speaking? Correct. It's happening in the battlefield, right, of Kurukshetra. There's this place called Kurukshetra where they've decided we're going to fight. At last it came to this, you know, the Pandavas, they tried so much to avoid war, but the Kauravas wouldn't budge. So it came to this point where the war was imminent. And just before the war was about to start, before even that, Krishna accepted to be Arjuna's chariot driver, right? And he said, I'm not going to participate in the war. But Arjuna said, okay, can you be my chariot driver and give me guidance? So Krishna said, yes, I can do it. So Krishna accepted to be Arjuna's chariot driver. And then Arjuna wanted Krishna to take him to the middle of the battlefield because he wanted to know who was there on the other side that he was going to fight with. And then Krishna took him right in front of the most dearest of people that for Arjuna, which was Dronacharya, which was his martial arts teacher, right? And then who else was there? Bhishma Dev was there, who was his grandfather, right? So all these, and his cousins and friends and everybody that he knows, they're there on the other side and they have to fight them. And then Arjuna at this point says, I'm not going to fight Krishna. And he gives several really good reasons on why he should not fight the battlefield. That's what Arjuna discusses in the first chapter. First chapter of the Bhagavad Gita sets the scene. Who is there in the battlefield on either side, and then what's happening there, and then Arjuna's reasons for why he should not actually fight the battle. At the end of the first chapter, coming into the second chapter, Arjuna basically says, I've given you so many reasons, but I'm confused on what I should do. So I don't know if I should fight or if I should go away and not fight. Because what use is of this kingdom to me if everybody that I love is going to die, right? In a war, people are going to die. Even if I get the kingdom, this is one of the reasons he gives, right? What's the point of having this kingdom when nobody is there to enjoy it with? So anyway, in the second chapter, Arjuna is really confused. And then he asks Krishna, and this is a very pivotal point in the Bhagavad Gita, because till then Krishna is acting as Arjuna's friend. You know, they were very close friends. Krishna and Arjuna, they were very intimate friends. Krishna used to lie on the thighs of Arjuna, and they used to eat from the same plate. They were really intimate friends. You know, so Krishna is listening from the perspective of a friend. And in the beginning of the second chapter, Arjuna surrenders to Krishna and says, Krishna, you please be my teacher. And then say for sure what I should do, because I'm really confused. I really don't know what to do. And then Krishna starts instructing the Bhagavad Gita. Second chapter is basically the entire contents of the Gita summarized. So Krishna goes through all the index points, right? Hey, I'm going to speak about this, speak about this, speak about this, speak about this. He especially focuses quite a bit of the second chapter on one of the most fundamental aspects of reality, right? All of us think we are these bodies, right? If you ask, who am I? I'll say I am Srinath, I come from such and such a place, I work in such and such a place. Everybody's attitude towards life is built upon this very fundamental concept that we are these bodies, and what makes us happy is the enjoyment of the senses. We have these senses, eyes, tongue, nose, ear, touch, like that, na? So if I eat something nice, I'll be happy. If I see something nice, I'll be happy. If I hear something nice. But Krishna initially starts off by giving this very important knowledge that Arjuna, you're speaking all these words thinking you're a very learned man, but you're lamenting for something that is temporary in nature. Like Bhishma Dev and Drona and all your cousins are there, but they will never die, Krishna says. Even if you kill them, they'll never die, Krishna says, because they are not their bodies. When the body dies, the soul within doesn't die, Krishna says. We are not these bodies, but we are the eternal spirit souls that are inside this body. Because when we die, the body is still there, but something has left the body, isn't it? So, which means we are different from the body. And even within our single lifetime, we see that when we were a child, our body was different. When we were a small boy, our body was different. When we are youth, our body is different. When we get old, our bodies are different. Our bodies are constantly changing, and yet we remember everything from our childhood. If it's just these bodies, if we are just the product of these bodies, then that's not a very intelligent position to be in. So Krishna says you're lamenting for something that's temporary in nature. But their identity is that of a spirit soul. They are eternal in nature. And he goes on to describe in detail about what is the nature of a spirit soul. Think about it. You can never die. And nothing can ever harm you. How will you live your life from that perspective? That is who we actually are, right? The soul cannot be burned, the soul cannot be cut into pieces, the soul cannot drown, the soul cannot be blown away by air, dried. The soul is completely different from matter. So we are those beings, but since we are thinking that we are these bodies, we are constantly living in fear because this body is temporary. You know, what's going to happen today, what's going to happen tomorrow. So anyway, Krishna goes about talking different topics in the second chapter, and he basically tells Arjuna that Arjuna, you have to use your intelligence, because you're letting your senses loose, then it's not a very good situation to be in. Because we are going after the object of our senses, and ultimately it only brings us misery in the long run. Initially it might be nice and happy, but ultimately it only brings us misery. So then Arjuna, at the beginning of the third chapter, is asking this question. Krishna, I initially told you that I have to go to the forest. I don't want to fight. You asked me to fight. You said that I cannot run away to the forest. You asked me to fight, but at the same time you're saying you have to use, I have to use my intelligence, which means I can go to the forest and do tapasya or meditation and engage my intelligence in that way, right? So Arjuna is confused. And this chapter is now, the section that we're reading is Krishna's reply to this very question that Arjuna asks. So we'll read Arjuna's question. Arjuna said, O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want me to engage in this ghastly warfare if you think intelligence is better than fruitive work? Right? This is his question. If you, Krishna, you think that intelligence is better than actual activity, why are you asking me to perform this activity? I don't want to perform this activity of fighting. Let me go to the forest and engage my intelligence, right? Stay away from the society. So then, Krishna, what do you think Krishna says? What does Krishna say? Yes, it's a 50-50 thing, right? It's one of the two that Arjuna is asking that Krishna should say, isn't it? You either work or use your intelligence. What does Krishna say, do you think? Take a guess. You're going to be 50% right. He decides to fight, which means he asks him to act, right? You cannot renounce everything and go, you have to act, right? Yeah, this is what Arjuna's conundrum is, isn't it? Should I renounce everything and go to the forest and not act and not fight? Or should I fight and not renounce things? Krishna basically, it's a trick question. Krishna basically says you should do both. You should act and also renounce the fruits of your activity at the same time. That is what will give you perfection, Arjuna, Krishna says. So Krishna is continuing on that particular theme on how we should act, right? Krishna says we cannot even be inactive even for a moment. You can try to be inactive for a moment. You have to breathe. Some activity is happening, your mind will, even if you're not physically doing anything, your mind is going to think about all sorts of things. Krishna says, because that's our very nature. The very nature of the soul is to be active. So we cannot be inactive. So, how should we act in this world? Is the point that Krishna is speaking in this previous verses and in this section of the Bhagavad Gita that we're reading. So, we're on text 11 today. So, usually, how we do it is I read the text word for word translation, and then we can repeat the translation. We read the purport and we have some discussion. Yeah. So please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Devan bhava yathanena te deva bhavayantu va parasparam bhavayanta shreya param avapsyata. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Word for word translation. Devan, demigods. Bhavayata, having pleased. Anena, by this sacrifice. Te, those. Deva, demigods. Bhavayantu, will please. Vaha, you. Parasparam, mutually. Bhavayanta, pleasing one another. Shreyaha, benediction. Param, the supreme. Avapsyata, you will achieve. Translation. The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you. And thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. Please repeat. The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you. And thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The demigods are empowered administrators of material affairs. The supply of air, light, water, and all other benedictions for maintaining the body and soul of every living entity is entrusted to the demigods, who are innumerable assistants in different parts of the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Their pleasures and displeasures are dependent on the performance of yajnas by the human being. Some of the yajnas are meant to satisfy particular demigods, but even in so doing, Lord Vishnu is worshipped in all yajnas as the chief beneficiary. It is stated also in the Bhagavad-Gita that Krishna himself is the beneficiary of all kinds of yajnas. Bhoktaram yajna tapasam. Therefore, ultimate satisfaction of the yajnapati is the chief purpose of all yajnas. When these yajnas are perfectly performed, naturally the demigods in charge of different departments of supply are pleased, and there is no scarcity in the supply of natural products. Performance of yajnas has many side benefits, ultimately leading to liberation from material bondage. By performance of yajnas, all activities become purified, as it is stated in the Vedas. Ahara shuddhau, sattva shuddhi, sattva shuddhau, dhruva smriti, smriti lambe, sarva granthinam vipramokshaha. By performance of yajna, one's eatables become sanctified, and by eating sanctified foodstuffs, one's very existence becomes purified. By the purification of existence, finer tissues in the memory become sanctified, and when memory is sanctified, one can think of the path of liberation, and all these combined together lead to Krishna consciousness, the great necessity of present-day society. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuronmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine. You have to read the previous verse for this connection. We'll just read the translation for the previous verse also. So this is Krishna saying, in the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation. And now Krishna continues, the demigods being pleased by sacrifices will also please you, and thus by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. Right? So Krishna has basically said, Arjuna, you have to act. So how should Arjuna act? How should all of us act is the question, right, in the world? Because Arjuna's main point was, if I am acting, I am getting bound to this material world. We'll see how. But we know certain actions we should not do, right? We cannot go and rob somebody. We cannot go and kill somebody. We know at least that these activities we should not do. But Krishna is specifically asking Arjuna to act in a very specific way. What is Krishna asking? In these two verses, translations that we read. How should Arjuna act? What does Krishna say? Yeah, Krishna says you have to sacrifice, which is a very high bar, right? I'm going to my job, I'm doing my work, I'm not harming anybody, I get the money, I enjoy what I have earned. Is that okay? Krishna says, no, that's not okay. Why is that not okay? Why is that not okay? Do you have any thoughts on why that would not be okay? We're not doing anything wrong, isn't it? We're not thieving somebody, not killing anybody. Going to my job, doing my work, getting the money, and I'm enjoying my life. What's the problem with it? Why is Krishna not saying that's Arjuna, you should not do it? In fact, Krishna asks Arjuna to perform sacrifice, right? So why do you think it is? Any ideas? Any ideas? Okay. So what happens? What's the issue if I don't pay them back? Okay, so we have to okay, so we have to pay taxes for what we are actually getting, right? In terms of, we pay the utility bills because of the electricity we're getting or the gas we're getting, but we're getting the sunlight for free, the moonlight and the air and everything we're getting for free. But even there is a greater problem, even if we don't recognize this. It's the thing is, if we are acting in this world just for ourselves, it's a big problem because we're getting bound by those activities, which is basically what we call karma, isn't it? I go and help an old lady cross the road, which is a really good deed. Okay, I have to come back and enjoy the benefits of my actions that I've done. I go and punch somebody. It's not a really good act. So I have to come back and experience the consequences of that action. These are two extremes, right? But going to my job, we might think, I'm not accumulating anything good or bad, but it's really incredible how many things are happening for us to earn the money that we are earning and eat the food that we are eating as a result of that money, right? There are lots of things that have to happen that we take for granted when we have a plate of meal to eat, right? What did you eat for lunch? Yeah, rice, rice and sambar, right? What are the ingredients required for rice and sambar? Rice, dal, water, vegetables, some oil. Where do you get them from? Grocery store. Where do they get it from? Huh? Ultimately from the farm, right? From the farm. So what does it take to grow all these, right? You going and then plowing these lands using tractors and whatnot. So many organisms are being killed. You use fertilizers and so many different things. Okay, now I have the grains. I have rice, I have dal. How will I bring it to the store? How does it happen? How does the food come from the farm to the store? Transportation. We need roads, we need vehicles. For us to lay the roads, how many trees do we cut? They are living entities. How many animals are killed in that process? And gas. We need gas to run the vehicle. We need metal to build the vehicle. I mean, so many things that we take for granted. There is incredible activity that's happening for us to get a plate of meal. Just one plate of meal, right? Okay, for me to go and get it from the shop, I need money. That's why I go and work. Okay, go to work, I need a car, right? So many, it's incredible how much karma that we are accumulating as a result of just having one plate of meal. And if we are not grateful for that, Krishna will say in the future that we are only thieves, right? Is going to the supermarket and not paying for your dal and rice proper? Is it okay if you go to the supermarket and then I get rice but I don't pay for it? No. Is it sacrifice? Is it sacrifice? No, it's not sacrifice. But Krishna is saying that is the most basic form of sacrifice. Think about the supermarket. You're getting a cauliflower. For you to grow a cauliflower, you need air, water, sun, moon, so many different things, right? And where are all these coming from? We take it for granted. But behind all these things are individual personalities that we call the demigods, right? Everybody is in charge of certain things. Behind the sun is the sun god. Behind the moon is the moon god, right? Behind the air is the Vayudev. Like that, there is somebody who's controlling all these elements. They're giving it to us, and yet we're not grateful about it at all. So Krishna says, at the bare minimum, your sacrifice must be to recognize this and then at least be grateful. Pay for the money that for the goods that you're getting from the supermarket. That is the most basic form of sacrifice that you can ever do. We don't even do it, right? Most people don't even do it. Don't even recognize that we're getting so many things, but we take it for granted that, oh, I'm the center of the world. Everything is there only for me. And our attitude towards life is that way. So we don't even recognize this. We're not even grateful for all the things that we're getting, right? And this is the problem, that if we are not sacrificing, what's the opposite of sacrifice? Huh? No. What would you call sacrifice? Going to the supermarket and paying the money is not sacrifice, right? What is sacrifice then? Giving up something. Yeah, without giving up something without any expectations, right? Yeah, being selfish is the opposite of sacrifice, isn't it? I'm doing everything for myself. Because we'll say, okay, this guy is earning so much, but he's enjoying everything for his own. He's such a selfish person. Okay, I'm not doing only for myself, I'm doing it for my family. Is that okay? Still selfish. You're not going and feeding a child for somebody else's child or somebody else's wife, or you're still doing it because they are your family. Okay, I'm not just taking care of my family, I'm taking care of my community. I'm taking care of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Why are you doing it? Because you are there. Okay, I'm taking care of Americans, the country that I was born. Still the center is you, right? We're still selfish. You can expand the circle to however big you want, but the center of the circle is still me. I'm doing it because somehow it is connected to me. And Krishna is saying when we do such activities in such a attitude, then it will only end up in misery. It is not going to give us happiness, Krishna says. Therefore, Krishna says, do work as sacrifice. Okay, sacrifice means we have established that we're giving something without expecting anything. Is that what he said? Without expecting anything in return, right? So there is a homeless person outside. You see him, and then you give $10. Is that sacrifice? Yeah? Okay. What if the person who we've given $10 to go and drinks alcohol and gets completely drunk? Or the $10 that you've given him, he uses goes and buys a knife and stabs somebody. Now will you say what you did is a sacrifice? Yeah? Was that a sacrifice? Nobody would say, oh, I sacrificed $10 to kill this person. No? No, that's the point, right? We simplify sacrifice to such an extent that it has no meaning or no value. Sacrifice is something that's very profound, that has to be done properly. That is what is sacrifice. Not something that I give because without expecting anything. No, we have to also understand the consequences of what our sacrifices can do, right? So we're going to jump all the way to the 17th chapter because it's going to take a long time for you to listen to that. Krishna basically talks, all of us do these sacrifices. We have to perform these sacrifices at different stages of our lives. As students, when we are growing up, what is the sacrifice that we do? Studies, we go to the school, right? We have to sit there for 8 hours in the school. And what are we sacrificing? What are we doing in the school? Not so much. At that point, we don't have much to do. So that's not a sacrifice of time. What are you sacrificing? Okay, that is constant, right? Everybody is sacrificing enjoyment. Enjoyment of what? What are you doing? What is the primary activity that you go and do in a school? Hey, what are you doing? You go and sit in a class, what are you doing? Listening, hearing, right? The primary activity that we do in a school is hearing. We are sacrificing our hearing for 8 hours. I'm hearing whatever you guys are sacrificing your hearing for the 30 minutes you have to listen to what I say. Isn't it? This is a sacrifice that you're doing. You're sacrificing your hearing. This is brahmacharya, right? You go and learn under a proper guru, a teacher, and then you're sacrificing your sense of hearing. Okay, you now graduated from school, you got a nice job, and then you go and get married. You have license to do everything that you want to do, right? You have a job, you have money, you have a spouse, you can practically do anything that you want, but what are you sacrificing? You're drawing boundaries, right? These are the boundaries within which we will enjoy. I will not do anything and everything that I want. I'll be monogamous to my spouse. I will use my money in certain ways. I'll not go and use my money in illicit activities, right? This is the sacrifice for a grihastha. We are sacrificing our sense enjoyment, although we have license to do it as grihasthas, as married people who are earning and independent members of the society. So at least we like to think. We're dependent on so many things from everybody, but we think, oh, I have the money, I can do anything that I want. But still we are restraining ourselves, isn't it? This is one type of sacrifice. So similarly, as we go through our life, we get to a place where we're retiring from life, right? I'm not working constantly anymore. At that point, I'm starting to even detach myself from all the sense enjoyments that I have and start to focus on what the actual goal of life is, right? When I was married, I was taking care of my wife, my kids, my family, my friends. Okay, I've done my duty. At this point, I have to start focusing on what the actual goal of life is. And then, if we are lucky enough, we come to a point where we actually completely surrender to the supreme will of the Lord, which is called sannyas, right? We completely renounce everything. No sense enjoyment whatsoever for ourselves. I'm talking in terms of selfishness, right? Sacrifice. It's completely done for the welfare of others. My entire life is for the benefit of others. That is sannyas. So like this, in various stages of life, we have to perform sacrifice for our life to be proper, right? If we don't perform sacrifice, even the basic standard of life is going to be horrible. But say we give the $10 that we came back to, right? We give to the homeless person $10, and they go and kill somebody by buying a knife with it. It's not a very nice form of sacrifice. We all agreed upon it, right? So Krishna says there are three kinds of sacrifices. This is chapter 17. He talks about the divisions of faith. Everything in this world, material world, can be divided into three categories. Things done in the mode of goodness, things done in the mode of passion, and things done in the mode of ignorance. So we'll see what Krishna says. So this is text 20 of chapter 17. You can project that if you want. So he says, charity given out of duty without expectation of return, which we got, at the proper time, place, and to a worthy person is considered to be in the mode of goodness. So this is proper use of our money in terms of charity, right? We're sacrificing my hard-earned money, but we cannot just give it to anybody and everybody, because we should take responsibility for the consequences of the actions of our sacrifice also. So Krishna says, so charity should be given as a matter of duty. We should all give charity, right? We should all sacrifice. But it should be given to a proper desha, kala, and patra, right? Proper time, proper recipient, and proper place. Or else the charity is not proper. This is the best kind of charity that we can give, right? Then Krishna says, but charity performed with expectation of some return, or with a desire for fruitive results, or in a grudging mood, is said to be charity in the mode of passion. Okay, I'm donating money to the temple, but I want my name to be announced. So and so gave $500 for the Janmashtami festival. Everybody's clapping, and so on, right? That I need recognition for it. That's one thing, right? With some fruitive result. Okay, but I give them this money, they'll put me in the top of the queue. I'm giving something, but I want something in return, right? Or begrudgingly. Oh, my mother is saying I have to give it. Okay, let me give it. That's begrudgingly. It's second class. It's not very nice. It's still better than not doing anything at all, but it's still second class. Krishna says it's not the best kind of thing. And the worst is the thing that we discussed. And charity performed at an impure place, at an improper time, to unworthy persons, or without proper attention and respect, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Right? We're not being attentive. We're just giving it away. We don't know what the person will do with the charity that we're giving. It's really problematic. It'll harm everybody if charity or sacrifice is performed in that way. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Correct. Correct. I'm talking about the person's mentality, right? If this is the proper mentality to give, right? What you said is the perfect mentality to give. The person might not think that I want this recognition, but it's encouraging other people. That's fine. Yeah, that is fine. That is perfectly fine. But what we are speaking is the person who's giving is thinking like this, that, oh, I want this recognition. That is improper. That's what Krishna is saying. That's what Krishna is saying. Yeah, but that's a very nice point. That it encourages people also when we announce. That's another good thing. So these are the kinds of sacrifices, like many things Krishna describes, right? But in this purport, at least, that we read, Srila Prabhupada is speaking specifically about how one type of sacrifice is very purifying. Very, very purifying. You were not there, right? So we'll go ahead and read this. He's saying, by performance of yajnas, all activities become purified. And it is stated in the Vedas, this is where it starts, right? Ahara shuddhau sattva shuddhi. Sattva shuddhau dhruva smriti. Smriti lambe sarva granthi nam vipramoksha, right? The first shuddhi is ahara shuddhi. That's what. By performance of yajna, one's eatables become sanctified. This is very important. This is why we discussed, right? We discussed how you would make sambar rice that Mataji just made at home. You need rice and dal and so many things, but they're coming from the farm. When we're plowing the farm, we're killing so many living entities, we're transporting, we're laying the roads, we're building vehicles, we're drilling the earth for gas. So much violence is happening throughout the entire activity of bringing a plate of meal to our tables. If we are not offering that as a sacrifice to Vishnu, then it completely binds us. We have to undergo the reactions of all the actions that we have taken place. Although we might not be directly involved, you are supporting that activity by paying money and buying that good. Right? So every time we put a plate in front of us, we prepare, we say to Krishna, "Oh Krishna, thank you so much for providing the sun, the moon, the air, the earth, the soil, all the nutrients in the soil, and so many things so that we could get this wonderful plate of meal." And then when you offer it to Krishna and honor that, it purifies us. Because the food is not food anymore, it becomes prasad. It becomes the mercy of the Lord. Right? You're feeling grateful for it. This is the bare minimum sacrifice that all of us can do. This is basically like going to the supermarket and paying for the money that you're getting, paying the money for the goods that you're getting. You're getting the sun, you're getting the moon, you're getting everything that you have, but you're not grateful about anything that you're getting. At least be grateful for it, Krishna says. Right? And then what happens as a result of it is that our existence becomes purified. By our existence, it means our senses start getting purified. And where senses start getting purified, the memory becomes purified. Our intelligence is fine-tuned. Right? Currently, we are thinking that anything that actually satisfies my senses is actually going to make me happy. So all our activities are driven towards that. Right? How can I eat something that's so tasty? How can I hear something that's really, really nice? We're thinking we are this body. That is the biggest problem. And we're driven by the senses. But Krishna says you should use your intelligence to control the senses. Because if you leave the senses uncontrolled, it is going to not end up, you're not going to end up in a good place. So then, this Ahara Shuddhi actually gives us this intelligence to start controlling our senses. And we start looking at things from a proper perspective. Right? There is this famous analogy of a chariot with 5 horses. This is in the Gita. The chariot with 5 horses, and then the horses are controlled by a chariot driver with a rein. Right? You have this rope that pulls the horses together, and then there is a passenger. The entire chariot is compared to that of a body, our human body. Right? And then what are the 5 horses compared to? The 5 senses. Right? We have 5 senses. So, and then who is the chariot driver? Huh? Close enough. The reins are the mind. Who is the chariot driver? What sits on top of the mind? Yeah, the entire chariot is the body, but who is the driver of the body? What should actually drive the body? The intelligence. The soul is the passenger sitting in the car, chariot. The intelligence should drive the senses, right? He should hold the reins, because the goal of the duty of the mind is, I see something, I'll find out 100 ways how to get that, right? So you're walking down the store, there is a nice bakery, you're seeing a nice cupcake, right? The duty of the mind will give you 100 options on how you can eat the cupcake. That it'll go and say, oh, why don't you go and stand in the line and then pay and get the cupcake? It might say, okay, go and steal the cupcake and eat it. These are all the options our mind will give us, right? Okay, why don't you cut the line and go and get the cupcake, because it's a long line. But the intelligence should come in and say, oh, you've had too many cupcakes this week, it's not good for you, and control the mind, right? Or you can say, okay, you can have one. You haven't had any in a long time. So this is the duty of the intelligence. But if the intelligence is not in control and if the senses are in control, it will run towards the object of its senses, and the chariot will not go in the proper direction where we want the chariot to go. So that's what Krishna is saying. How will we get this proper intelligence? Through yajna. The basic yajna is ahara shuddhi. We take the food that we make and then offer it to Krishna and eat the remnants of the food offered to Krishna. And then our intelligence becomes finer, and we start looking at life from a completely different perspective, right? Okay, just satisfying my senses is not the be-all and end-all of it. the animals do it. What's the difference between me and the animals if I'm acting on instinct of my senses? So then what happens? When memory is sanctified, one can think of the path of liberation. This is when the actual human life begins, right? The cat or the cow or the dog cannot ask, who am I? Why am I doing what I am doing? Why am I here? Who can ask these questions other than human beings? Atato Brahma Jignasha. This is the Vedanta Sutra. Vedanta Sutra says, therefore, inquire about the Supreme. This is the very basic duty of human life, that we should inquire about the purpose of life, and ultimately which will end up in liberation, right? So this entire thing is what Krishna is prescribing, the yajna, because there were different kinds of sacrifices that were given for different ages, right? In the past, we would have these huge fire sacrifices where the yajna would be like 1 mile long. It would be really big in the Treta Yuga and whatnot. People used to meditate for tens and thousands of years as a mode of sacrifice to perfect their lives. But we don't have the time or the means to do any of that in the times that we live in, right? Our entire lifetime is less than 100 years. We don't even live to 100 years. And we don't have the means. They would use everything made of gold paraphernalia and not use it again once they've used it for the yajna in Treta Yuga. Gold is, yeah. So the method of sacrifice prescribed for the times that we live in is the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Krishna says, Yajnanam Japa Yajñosmi. Among sacrifices, I am Japa, Krishna says, the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. So that's why our primary practice for the age of Kali, the times that we are living in, is chanting the holy names of the Lord. That purifies us. Just doing these two things, right? Chanting the holy names of the Lord and offering the food that we are eating to the Lord purifies us. And then it makes us progress in our human form of life, where we can actually think about important things in life. Why am I here? Who am I? What should I do? So many different questions that we can ask. So that is why our practice is chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. We basically chant this every single day. And that's why that's the main activity in our temple also. We do kirtan, come together and chant together. Chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Anybody can do it. No restriction. If you want to do yajna, you have to, there's incredible number of restrictions in terms of fire sacrifice. But the process is so simplified for Kali Yuga that there is no time. You can chant at any time of the day. You can chant in any place. And anybody can chant. Man, woman, child. No barrier for anybody. Rich, poor. No, anybody can chant this. Anywhere we can chant it. So that's the best form of yajna that Krishna is prescribing. Because we can start performing sacrifices individually for the demigods, but it's like watering the leaves of a tree, right? If you want to water a tree, which is the best place to water a tree? How many of you have plants at home? Where would you water? At the root, right? Okay, there are so many leaves. Can I go and water every single leaf? No. I pour water at the root and everything is nourished. The entire plant is nourished. So that is Krishna, right? That's what Prabhupada is saying in the purport. That once we offer everything as a sacrifice to Vishnu or Krishna, then everybody is satisfied. Krishna says, Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasam. We read in the purport. That I am the beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, Krishna says. Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasam. So we do that. Life is simple. We chant the holy names of the Lord. We try to please Krishna. Everybody is pleased. We are happy. And that's what we are all striving for, isn't it? All of us want to be happy. This is the method that Krishna is saying. You have to sacrifice. If you act selfishly, it's only going to give you misery, Krishna says. So we'll stop here. If there are any questions, comments, we can take it, or else. Okay, where are you all coming from? Plano? Frisco? Irving? Thank you. We also have these Bhagavad-Gita study circles in all the places that you're coming from. If Dallas is a little bit far, every Friday they get together like this and discuss the Bhagavad-Gita. So you can go to our website radhakalachanji.org, and then there is a web page where you can get the details of all these meetups that we have on Friday evenings. If you're interested in the Gita, you can go and attend that. If you don't have how many of you have the Bhagavad-Gita as it is? Okay. For those that don't have it, please get a copy. It's a donation basis. Whatever you want to donate, you can donate. We have a bookstall right outside. It's very essential that you don't have it. Please at least take a copy of the Bhagavad-Gita. Even if you don't read it, take a copy. At some point, you'll read it. In 7 minutes, the altar should open. And we have our Janmashtami festival is coming up in 3 weeks. So please, we welcome all of you to our festival. It's a full day festival. It starts at 4:30 in the morning, and you can come and help us. We need so many people to volunteer, but please come and participate. We're having lots of activities starting at 5 p.m. I think that's what and all the way till 10 o'clock. And then we'll have a nice arti for Krishna at midnight, because that's when he was born. So please come and join us in our celebrations for Janmashtami also. Okay. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Radha Krishna
Hare
ছিলেন হরি নামে উদ্ধরিলেন তারা সখী জগাইলেন কারণ সখী জগাইলেন अरे पापी तपी निजत हरि नामे उद्धरिलेन पापी तपी जात हरि नामे उद्धरिलेन तारा सखी जगामी तारा सखी हरि 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 আমি বিফলে राधा कृष्ण नाम लिया मन राधा कृष्ण नाम लिया जानिया आकाश रहयै नरोत्तम दास कहे नरोत्तम दास कहे न खेलिया राम पाए नरोत्तम दास कहे न खेलिया राम पाए तुम्ही बिना प्रभु तुम्ही बिना तेरा हरि 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 आमी फले Jagadish Hare Keshavadritam Kurma Sarira Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Asrati Darsana Sikhare Dharani Kamalangana Vasati Darsana Sikhare Dharani Kamalangana Rosini Kalanka Kalevani Magana Vasati Dasana Sikhare Dharani Kamalagna Vasati Dasana Sikhare Dharani Kamalagna Kalanka Devani Magna Sosini Kalanka Devani Magna Esavadhitam Meera Sariram Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Esavadritam Mena Sarira Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Abakara Kamala Madina Kamadhuta Singam Dolita Hirannaka Sikutana Bringam Abakara Kamala Madina Kamadhuta Singam Dolita Hirannaka Sikutana Bringam Keshavadritam Keshavadritam Meera Sariram Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Raya Payadhi Jale Drita Manasi Vedam Vihita Pahitra Charitra Makedam Raya Payadhi Jale Drita Manasi Vedam Vihita Pahitra Charitra Kedam Kechavadritam Mehina Charira Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Chalaya Sri Vikramane Bali Madhuta Vamana Chalaya Sri Vikramane Bali Madhuta Vamana Vagana Khani Rajan Nitajana Pavana Chalaya Sri Vikramane Bali Madhuta Vamana Vagana Khani Rajan Nitajana Pavana Samadritam Meera Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Charira Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Raya Payadhi Jale Veda Manasi Vedam Vihita Pahitra Charitra Makedam Raya Payadhi Jale Raya Payadhi Jale Drita Manasi Vedam Vihita Pahitra Charitra Makedam Kechavadritam Mehina Charira Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Keshavadritam Mehina Charira Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Chalaya se Vikramane Baliman Vamanam Chalaya se Vikramane Baliman Vamanam Vadana Khani Raja Nitajana Pavanam Chalaya se Vikramane Baliman Vamanam Vadana Khani Raja Nitajana Pavanam Chalaya se Vikramane Baliman Vamanam Vadana Khani Raja Nitajana Pavanam Keshavadritan Vamana Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Keshavadritan Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Pradaya Payadhi Jale Drita Manasi Vedam Vihita Mahitra Mitra Vedam Brahmasi Bapunsi Vishane Janadabham Keshavadritam Nina Sarinam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Bahati Bapushi Vishade Jalanabham Bahati Vimate Jalanabham Alayati Bhiti Me Litanjamanabham Bahati Vishade Visanam Jalanabham Alayati Bhiti Me Litanjamanabham Keshavadritam Valadeva Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Nindati Jagavidera Asuti Jatam Nindati Jagavidera Jatam Sadaya Ridayada Sitapasu Khatam चितपशुघातम् केशवघ्रीतम् भूतशरीरम् जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृत बोध शरीरम् जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे हृदय पंचधि जले मानसी वेदम् विहित महेन्द्र चरित्रमवेदम् प्रलय पंचधि जले वेदमानसी वेदम् विहित महेन्द्र चरित्रमवेदम् केशवधृतमेन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरु वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगण ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Pade Nanda Janaka Janani Doi Tatanaya Guru Pati Tuhu Maharana Janani Doi Tatanaya Raja